Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, grasshoppers. We are currently in progress as I accidentally joined the arena. Let's fix our board because I cannot stand this particular color of green. I don't think anyone would own a car in this green. I don't think anyone really wants to play chess on this green. So therefore, we're going to go with a pleasant blue. And we're going to change the pieces to a little bit more of a wood look. Oh no, I did not play what I was supposed to play. That's very sad. I lost my pawn. And this is one of the drawbacks to trying to set up the stream and not, unfortunately, getting off of this mess. So meanwhile, here we are back in the ranch. I see, said the blind man. This is interesting. Alrighty then. How do I get this fellow here? I don't have much of a choice, unfortunately. We're not going to give up. If we don't have to, we're not going to give up. We're going to try our best to continue bothering our opponent. He's got a discovery to win a bishop. We're going to let him discover to win a bishop. The best we possibly can. We're going to hope that we can get out of this mess. We gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do. We gotta get out of this place. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Oh, is that the story? You're going in that direction, yeah? So knight check. Bishop takes, and I get nothing out of it, huh? Girl, there's a better life for me and you. So if he takes, we have nothing guarding our knight. And it is quite unfortunate. Let's go back to tournament. Cannot lose a central pawn that easily. I'm not Garry Kasparov. If I could get to an endgame where he has rook and 4 versus rook and 3, that's one thing. But unfortunately, it is not. I'm going to turn the gain down just a little bit and see if that matters. I don't necessarily know that it will. All right. McKill, we are giving you the English opening. I haven't yet done my spreadsheet of openings just yet. It has been a while. I can't remember if it was on a Google Sheet or if it was on a... This is a pleasant advantage for white. It's not a real advantage. It is relatively and totally equal, but it is a pleasant comfort zone advantage. And as it turns out, our opponent did not cripple our pawns in any way. I'm not sure why that bishop is sitting out there. I really do not know. All right, we're going to go for more. May I? Going to migrate to this side of the board, perhaps even to F5. Not much choice there. We're just continuing on our merry way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Queen f3, bishop g4 wins tonight. Interesting. That is okay. I'm going to offer him a pawn. How much of a pawn offer is it? It's very interesting. It looks like a good pawn offer. I'm not sure what's defending that, buddy. That was a very good idea, but he had a hallucination that his knight was still on f6. Maybe he thought I was taking with the queen. No, still, even then. Life has become extremely and excruciatingly difficult. As we can attest, Bobby. Terribly sorry about that. We also have knight f6 and knight takes d5. Knight f6 check and knight takes d5. Yuck. So we're very lucky. I just needed to see exactly how bad it was in this particular game. When we were black against Ron Haye. Oh yeah, I lost my pawn here. He gave me a second chance to move my knight back to c7. So bishop e6 in this position. e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e3, knight takes c6, knight takes d1. We will look at this just a little further. So meanwhile, back to the rent. Let's watch a game that could accomplish something. Or should we? Getting a little overworked in this position. Tagging the pawn on c3. Defending the pawn on d5 unnecessarily. Preparing with the hallucination of a bishop here that we're threatening. That, it's time to get out of the way. Must get out of the way. We're now officially guarded. I don't know if
Hi,
I like
Master
that.
Chess Dojo.
Good morning, Paul. 1e4. Usually. Wait. It is not Paul 1e4. Where is my official Streamlabs chat? There it is. It is Paul 1e4. But I'm on the oh, I'm not on the Kickbot stream. We're working on it. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Wow, we're really tied down here. And now it is official that this is a threat. Is that a threat? I think not. I think not. Yeah, I don't believe we had a choice in the matter. We had to attack and defend at the same time. He's going for a trick. The trick doesn't work because he can support it with c4. However, we might get our pawn back. No, I don't see it happening. Bishop 2. We're just down too many pieces. He should have just recaptured with the rook when he had the chance. That would be the simplest. Too many extra pawns here. Ron, what's going on? What was this opening and why? It was a Queen c2 Nimzo Indian. Personally, I feel that we should never ever actually completely commit this to c5, but maybe it is indeed the most aggressive move. D takes c5, knight c6. Yeah, it all looks good.
Ron Haye is losing to an opponent more than 300 points below him.
Ah, but is he 300 points below him? I often play 400 points below my rating, and I could only hope that I consistently were able to play 400 points above my rating as I should. This is way too many knight bishop moves. I think we had to go for this. We had to go for this. Oh, no, can't do. And we had to play something along these lines. I feel like this is where stuff started to go south. I don't really think that bishop here was necessary. Certainly. Takes and bishop back with check would have been good. Knight to d4 also looks rather embarrassing in some of these lines.
There is
Queen
an echo
a5.
in TTS.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for the notification. So there's an echo in TTS because... All right, we'll try it without this. Properties. Monitor and output was put on yesterday for the Voxbot voice setting.
John, you have BC5 in our game.
Interesting. Let's look at it from my perspective just for a moment. So it still put it at your side. I don't know if it automatically goes to the white side or not. Player. Uh-oh. That's a good thing to have open in the background. But would it have actually done anything? At bishop e6. I don't know. It seems a little far-fetched to think that we are going to get it. All right, we're off to the races again with knight a6. Very kind of him. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Will this actually work? That is the question. This hacker chess. I need a square for my knight that will not get captured. We're hoping for the life that we can choose. Yeah, if he plays... Oh, no. He already has rookie 1 in. So therefore, maybe, just maybe, he is thinking that he can get away with this. His knight has very few squares. There is only 1. We do get a discovery. We do get a threat of mate. This doesn't make sense. There's too much attacking going on. I am getting castled. He is getting a bishop on this square, it looks like. So we're no longer down a pizza. This bishop. Bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes g2 check, king f3, queen h5 check. Yeah, it looks good. It does look good. Ooh. I do not know about that one. I'm willing to take a wager that this is not what it seems. So here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check. Queen g3. We have to give it a notice. We just have to make sure we don't get checkmated in case there is a checkmate here. Not pleased about giving up my white squared bishop. Alrighty. So now for something completely different. Oh, I don't have that one anymore. Whoops. I do not have that anymore. You gods. Can I play d5? I don't have much of a choice. Is he going to unprotect his pizza? Possibly. But he wouldn't unprotect everything that he owns. Would he? Now we're coming. Now we are coming. Really? You would do that to me? Well, I guess rook to c8 was a little faster. But it may be all the same. So is the echo still there? That is the question. This will decide which weakness I'm getting first. Oop, I'm going for that one. I changed my mind. No time for a pawn mate, love. Just here to read the meter. On what move number, Ron, did I have bishop c5? Knight takes e5, bishop c5 straight away. It was interesting. All right, Paul, is there an echo in the TTS to this to date still? Can't believe I'm still in first place, only because Ron lost to Izumai, who's still playing, right? No? Izumai hit and run. What was that all about, Izumai? It's 13,333 games. Maybe he just wanted 13,333 games in. He may have 1/3 of a game fragment still left to be played in a daily game as well. Always, always, always request a computer analysis. So as black, I'm over here listed as black. We can do this. We'll keep an eye on the... What was that? Oh, it was Alt-click, saves the page. Alt-click saves the page. That's interesting. So meanwhile, d4, I'm trying to avoid playing knight f6 for quite some time in over-the-board play. c5, d5, e6, g6. I have a lot of Simul games to go. That much is true. It's insane.
Sometimes the computer recommends moves that make no sense to me.
Well, I wouldn't say that. The computer recommends moves that require a suspended belief system. A suspended belief system. All right, we get it twice. Did you know me, National Master? What? I am streaming. It took a minute.
I mean after the game, not during the game.
Oh, I suppose. Really, I want to begin with knight f6 first from now on. against c4. Oh, this is one of those things, right? Girl, there's a better life for me and you. That is fascinating that my opponent would choose such a move.
Do you like queenless middle games?
I do quite enjoy queenless middle games. Grandmaster Paul Carras really helped me to understand that queenless middle games contain a lot more poison for the opponent and a lot less for the experienced player. Interesting. Very interesting. So now, bishop takes, pawn takes.
It irks me when anyone calls a position an endgame as soon as the queens are traded.
The proper term is, at best anyway, the proper term is late middle game. Late middle game. Early end game. Really? You would do this to me? So if we capture once, he cannot capture. He cannot, I repeat, capture. Wow. He did capture. That's craziness. Fair enough. He played a move that I did not think he was capable of. That much is true. So this endgame is favorable for me, but not by much. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fine. And I do not see where he plans on going just yet. Do we have a tempo in this position? I guess not. Mm-hmm. This does give us something. What it gives us, I do not know. But it does give us something. Mm-hmm. Can I go in that direction? No, I have to go in this direction, right? That is unfortunate. So, if I take this, do I have a winning endgame? That is the question. It looks like I have a winning endgame if I take that. He gets to play e5. So knight takes c3, king takes c3, king f7, e5. And his knight gets away, which is very sad. I'm going to have to hope that I gain enough time on him, that he is far enough away that my pawn is faster. Whoa. Where do you think you are going, sir? This is just a draw if I'm not careful. Indeed. He had a fork. Nicely done, sir. He did have a fork. I did my best. And that was the end of that. So Voxbot only. The other day, I did not have Voxbot. Is anyone hearing the TTS? I organized a rapid tournament that starts in 6 minutes. Did I really? Take a quick peek at this. Is this true? Daily rapid. 17 minutes. It begins in 17 minutes. And I will, ironically, run over there and take care of that business. All right, we're back. C4, I believe, is what we were working on. Izuma. Nope, no glory. No guts, no glory. Interesting. Teams. Rapid. Now my opponent played the rather inaccurate knight on b to d7, which would be a great move if let's play it this way. How about that? Would be a great move if Yeah, maybe I should have played this the different way. It is unfortunate, but we are going to accomplish our goals one way or another. We're gonna find you. We're gonna get you one way or another. You gats, folks. E4. Interesting. He's trying to embarrass me. Hold on 1 second. I need to get the team update out. Copy link text.
Does F5 make sense here?
Copy link address. It is extremely risky. I need to put my time in, and I don't have time to put in. So I got the team update out. Now I can give it my attention. Bishop F4.
Your clock is running while you are updating the team.
Yes, that's normal. Time stops for no one. All right. He has me here. I do not have a choice in this matter, as he is going for it. And I need to preserve my bishop ever so much, right? Preserving. In between. Chekovich. Takovich. Preservovich.
I thought taking on F5 with the G-pawn is best, to control E4.
In those positions, yes. The ones that you are thinking of, yes. But in this position, this is not the same. This is not by far the same. Note that my rook on F2 is actually quite helping. Quite helping the whole thing. Repositioning to get rid of his best piece. Really? This is starting to look intriguing. Very, very intriguing. Finally, an advantage we can write home to mom about. Really?
Your bishop has come to life.
Oh no. Oh my God, I can't believe that I survived this. My God. I cannot believe that I survived this. That's craziness, folks. May I? Oh, he always has more time, yeah? So I lose. I lose in this endgame. Darn it. He wins the king and pawn ending because of extra time. But I blundered my bishop in the first place, so I should not have been able to win that game. He should have just taken my bishop and laughed at me. The first time. And then I had a chance to move my bishop away, and I chose not to. C'est la vie. Lovey. Sorry, NM. What does that mean? Sorry, NM. I don't understand. You know, his knight was tied down to the defensive h8, but he has an extra tempo whenever he needs it, so he can win the king and pawn endgame. There's nothing there for me, ultimately. So round 7 has started. That was just a hallucination. What I need to do for every single mistake is catalog my mistakes. And once I catalog my mistakes, then I can go about trying to address those mistakes. It still says that I'm streaming in 720p horizontal. And I have set up 2K streaming on all other services and platforms. So on YouTube, it's not. I don't understand. I do not understand, but we do need a couple of clippable moments. I need to check my notes. While we are waiting for Igor, I will check my notes. Notes, by the way, for stuff to talk about. Notes, by the way, for stuff to talk about. The active pieces are the only pieces that actually have value. Just because everyone tells you that a pawn is worth 1, a knight and a bishop are worth 3, that a rook might be worth 5 pawns, and a queen is worth 9 pawns, or if we were to exchange the queen, 2 bishops and a knight, or a rook, a bishop, and a pawn, the queen could be exchanged for an equal amount of value. It really doesn't matter if those pieces are not active, because then they are of no use. And therefore, they do not help you at all.
I thought a player loses if he doesn't make his first move within 30 seconds.
Ah, but that is the arena tournament, which is really useful for me because I can't tell you how often I was setting up the stream that I would lose in 30 seconds, not knowing that my game began. However, in a Swiss system tournament, as I mentioned over here, if you don't withdraw, you get a 24-hour suspension, which of course is a little flexible on my part. But I do hold it to most people who do not play their last Swiss game. And then they have to realize that in a Swiss, people have to wait for the entirety of the time for a new game to begin. So therefore, you don't gain or lose any rating points. It is certainly a forfeit. But in an arena tournament, because speed is of the essence, you do lose rating points. And you do forfeit within 30 seconds. So in an arena tournament, you could have a classical arena, 30 minutes plus 20, for example. And if you don't show up, unfortunately, if you don't show up, I don't know if this makes sense to me, this sacrifice, you will still lose in 30 seconds, which does not completely make sense to me once again. So is it because this bishop is unprotected? Or is it because he's trying for this? Now, I don't think there's anything over here, honestly. I think I would definitely just take it. But maybe not. Maybe there was g takes f2, king g2, knight takes h2. Rook h1. And I still don't see it. I don't know if this was really necessary. We're also capturing the wrong way. Ron is trying to be super uber creative here. I'm not sure if it is what is called for. So it's 2 pieces for a rook, yeah? We have to capture with the bishop. Oh, and we can play d6 in this position and get our piece back, yeah? The rook takes on b7. Seems fair. Let us do it. We have to be curious about knight to e3. If rook e1. So rook e1 is out of the question. d6 is forced. Ron, let's get a move on. You've got to move it, move it. Oh, he's going for knight e3, knight takes d4, knight f5. Interesting. Fair enough. Or is he going for knight e3, d6, bishop takes d6, knight takes d4 with the bishop, with the knight pinned, and the attack on the file? Interesting. Just giving back the pizza. Fair enough. Pizza, pizza. Removing the defender, but we have an in-between move. This knight check. Interesting. This looks very good. Trading queens, yeah? Getting the exchange back? No, we didn't get the exchange back? Wasn't there something there? Oh, because the rook was guarding it? Is that the story? We're going to have to blitz him. Rook f1. Oh, this is very kind of him. Nicely done, Ron. Good save. Namaste, Ron Haye. Namaste. I don't have Laboose 7 stream streak. Let's get back to the other tournament because I forgot to register for it. I did forget to register for this tournament, but I don't want an odd number either. Oh well. Ron 1E4. All right. You know, we haven't gotten enough Alekhines in. Even though knight A6 could have gotten a go. I decided to give him an opening that he knows very, very well. Chess, Gotham, key.
Better to move D6?
Sacking the knight. Better to move D6 on move number 1? No, never. Honestly, never.
QXD6 RXB7.
Oh, in our game.
I was expecting F4, not A4.
Yes, I thought you were going to play D6, Ron, instead of rook E1. Middle game, yeah. I most certainly did think that you were going to play exactly that. So we get it anyway. And now for something relatively different. Do I put my pawn on that square? I do. I do. Oh, the seesaw does not work when the rook can capture. So let us seesaw how this goes. C5, D3. I don't want to lose that one. And now does the seesaw work? Rook takes. It does work. That's unfortunate. Probably should have just captured while I was at it. This is just too awkward. Right? Isn't it too awkward? Let's return to where we were. Missed my chance. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Weaknesses, anyone? Chekovich? Let's get this party started. I see, said the blind man. This may or may not help us. But let's pretend as though we want to keep the rooks on the board. How about that? The great pretender. G5 is out of the question. H4 is out of the question. How is he going to progress here? So now, is he waiting for me? Mm-hmm. 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 Let's just keep those pawns perfectly tuned. This pawn, awkward. This knight, awkward. I could use another knight in this position. If I had another knight in this position, it would be total domination. Right now, it's only partially total domination. All right, that's interesting. 2 connected pass pawns, ladies and gentlemen. 2. I do not wish anything on anyone. So here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check, check. Or do I just take? I really don't want to take. Darn it. I really do not wish to take. Oh, and I can't do that and that. So if I am going to take, it gives up this square. But his knight has no squares. So I guess we have to think about this. For the good of the economy. He doesn't have rook e1. That's a blessing. And now for something completely indifferent. Relocation. Checkers. I think he has to give up the exchange. Just doesn't completely make sense here. Where will the rook go? He does have to give up the exchange. Maybe my move was not so useful at all. So here a check, there a check. I somewhat want the extra pizza. Threatening. Threatening. Everything is guarded. Here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check.
This is resignable.
I do not wish for him to resign just yet. Thank you so much, sir, for playing on. What did I withdrew successfully, but did not withdraw. I was trying to withdraw so that Brilliant Sacrifices would not get a full point buy. I apologize, Brilliant Sacrifices. I hope that you are still here. F4 is the best
you got
move.
Your Rosen trophy.
Exactly. We're just notching up 1 or 2 a day if we can. I got one for a pawn diamond the other day. I do not have that many pawn diamonds. For those of you who wish to know what your Rosen trophy scores are, you can find out in the tournament description by clicking on the link, putting in your Lee Chess or chess.com username. I would suggest putting in both. Certainly, castling with mate, castling queenside with mate, blocking a check with checkmate.
My only Rosen trophy on Lee Chess is a pawn diamond.
That is not your only Rosen trophy on Lee Chess. Maybe because you've only played like 10 games. Paul 184's rating would have been much higher a lot longer ago had he been playing not on the world's #1 platform for amateurs, cheese.com. I cannot recommend a better platform for anyone who does not take the game seriously enough. That was pretty serious. I like it. I have a lot of clips that I need to delete, by the way. So many clips that I need to delete. Ones that are duplicates. Do I add another story?
I take my chess.com games seriously, even if I sometimes play like an idiot.
Yes, but your opponents need to take your chess.com seriously. It's a collective attitude. I believe that you are serious. I'm not saying this against you, Paul. I'm saying this against the platform. The platform, refresh. I thought it was this one, but it's the game done. Think I'm playing a game. Yes. It is only buggy because my system needs to be restarted, and I have not restarted my game.
They take them seriously because I lose all the time.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. But that is not entirely true. The reason why they're taking them seriously is because you lose all the time. I lose to unserious opponents all the time myself. I wish I did not. Did we play this before, McKill? Interesting. I did give some mild consideration to other moves.
BRB after breakfast.
Thank you, Paul. I haven't checked my messages to see what time the first student is coming into the room. Last time I played very, very funky. Did it backfire on me? I cannot recall. I feel like it did backfire on me. Unfortunately. For some reason, I feel like it did backfire on me. I gained nothing. I gained nothing out of that. But we did get a really unusual, perhaps even fake, minority attack. Artificial isolation? Perhaps. Is that true? Is this true? So, rook takes pawn. Oh no! Did I do that? Did I? Did I really do that? He queens first, which is very sad. But But what? Well, that is indeed a bummer. The failsafe. The failsafe. Good job, McKill. Please do not say you were sorry. I realized that might have been what you were saying you were sorry about before, but did something happen in the game that you were sorry for? I don't know. Something would actually have to happen during the game that you were sorry for in order to actually be bothered by, but not limited. What?
Hello.
Fauxberg. Good morning. Good morning, Fauxberg. How are you, man? One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. So here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check. Does not do it for me, unfortunately. Interesting. Not what I was expecting at all. At all. At all, at all, at all. May I have another?
I'm doing well, sorry that I have not been playing.
Oh, that's okay. Everybody needs a little bit of time. Everyone needs a little bit of time. X-ray defense. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not sure what you think you're going to accomplish from that, but The bishop sacrifice was intriguing. I was very lucky in that game.
I have been
Nice.
playing eBaseball Pro Spurt 2026.
eBaseball Pro Spirit 2026. Pro Spirit. It sounds really good. So what am Ron and I are up to what? 989? Let's take a look. Sorry, 988 games between us. 12 games away. All right, Ron, prepare your on-stream commentary voice. Or if you have a camera. I think you have to become after all, worthy member of the stream when we reach 1,000. Mainly because I meant to go the other way. I wanted to look at my games, not my preferences, my profile. Hosting daily tournaments Monday through Friday. That's incorrect. Wow, I've got to do a lot of fixing on the profile. So of my 30,000 games, 1/30 of my games are with Ron Haye. One-30th of my games. Let us see how we're doing on the community teams. 3477 will soon be at 3,500 members. Namaste, Ron. We still have the very funky alert installation. I have to change that alert installation somehow. So Rosanes Anderson, Anderson Rosanes, an unfortunate game that he is well known for. I wonder if he's known for any other game. He was born in the Austrian Empire in Brody. And I believe that Prussia/Germany was also where he grew up. So Anderson Rosanes, 1862. Oh, that was a good game for him. Because the game that was not so good was either 1852 It says 1863. Is this true? Is it 1863 or is it 1853? I wonder. He's a German mathematician, a geometricist. Rosanes grew up during a period when the Enlightenment and increasing opportunities for social, academic, and economic advancement for culturally assimilated Jews influenced large numbers of Jews to reconsider their faith. He was not religiously observant, so he at least did not have to live to see World War II. Cremona transformations. Notable chess games. Every rose is full of thorns. Let's close before we get too far afield here. Wait a minute. Moment of truth. The tournament may have started. Yes.
Shanon is actually pro-Canada in disguise.
Pro-Canada, perhaps? Pro-Canada. Oh no, I accidentally played E4. Well, if I'd have known that he was going to play the Scandinavian, or the center counter defense, he switched his openings at the last minute. He is now playing the center counter defense. The Scandinavian, everyone should know and realize, is with the move. Knight f6 on move 2. All right, now for the moment of truth. Now that he's committed his bishop to f5. Oops. Touch move. Everybody needs a good touch move in the morning. Let us see what his idea is.
The top GM in India.
Pragananda. Pragananda, yes. Prague. P-R-A-G-G, because I cannot spell his name either. Actually, I can, but not in a hurry. Prague, yes. Usually spelled with 2 G's, interestingly enough. All right. Now, nobody's heard about me. You got to give me a fight. Why don't you just let me be? Do what you want. Do. Do what you want to do. I'm going to try to make lemonade out of lemons here, by the way. Attempting to make lemonade out of lemons. Wow. I don't get it. Wow. I still don't get it. This is a very strange position. Let's just prevent him from getting too much. His knight on the 4th rank is certainly worthy of an exchange, but I don't wish any ill upon my pieces. What in the world was that?
Old clock.
Nicely done. So queen takes e5. Arg! I had an idea. I believe that I wasted the idea. All right, let's pretend as though we are actually making a plan out of this. Yeah? Gonna make a plan out of this. My son needs this, exactly. Alrighty then. Bishop takes, rook takes, knight takes. Fair enough. Well, finally, we might be getting something out of
thoughtful
this.
face emoji, find your real life queen, crown emoji, master dojo.
Ah. My real life queen, he asks. It's interesting. That is not an easy answer, honestly. Not an easy thing to answer. You have to be in the right place at the right time, to be honest. That's all I can say, is that it helps to be in the right place at the right time. We're still going to continue our minority attack. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's capturing this rook or that rook. So am I officially down 2 pawns? It's quite craziness. Bishop, queen takes, queen takes. C'est la vie. If I can dig myself out of this one, my opponent is perhaps a super genius. And now for something completely different. Yeah, I have to go with the normal development.
And my son needs this.
Oh no, was that a very delayed, and my son needs this? That's what it seems to be. Let's just keep trying to grab space so that we can create weaknesses for what it's worth. One less pawn. One less pawn. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it. That's all. Oh no. My opponent eventually began his descent into madness. Ta-da! Another passed pawn. Do I wish to? How about that for an opponent that runs into the wrong corner of the board? Interesting. Fortunately, I was teaching chess. Originally, my first wife, or my second wife, death is checkmate. My first wife I met at the Manhattan Chess Club many decades ago. She was quite lovely, very funny, and we hit it off extremely well. On our first date, we accidentally registered for a chess tournament and realized that we did not want to be there when we got paired in the first round against each other. And a few moves in, not just first, okay. A few moves into the game, I had offered her a draw, and she looked at me very insultingly because she was much higher rated. And also a lot more ambitious. I was just telling the story how I met my first wife. We both registered. We were going out for a date in the village, and we stopped by, and she suggested that we register for the tournament. This was a classically rated tournament. It actually might be in my historical records because the Chess Federation may or may not go back just far enough to see it. But I offered her a draw in the first few moves, maybe the first, I don't know how many moves. And she looked at me with a look of disdain and said, "No, we play to win." So I said, "Okay, I like that. Now we know where we stand. That is the best way to do it." And somehow I wrestled an advantage, perhaps even a super clear advantage, to the point where I was going to win the game. And I offered her a draw again, and I said, "Let's find, a nicer place to have wine or something." And she agreed to the draw, but she didn't want to leave. I ended up winning the tournament, I believe. I have to look back if it's possible. Oleg. All right, we are going to give this one a shot. Do what you like. Do what you wish to do. I'm going to get checkmated, am I? No, I'm going to lose a knight. I'm going to lose a pizza. That's what I'm going to do. I needed to move that pizza back. Do I have a choice in this matter? I do not think that I have a choice. I do not have a choice. I am a wee bit desperate. Just a wee bit desperate in this position. Oh, you've got this one, huh? Fine. Let's see what we can do to embarrass ourselves further, yeah?
I have a tournament starting in 5 days, and am nervous about it.
Really? I would think that we are extremely, what's the right word? Experienced enough to know that this is not what we are worried about at all. So can I capture once? Queen to e4. If I capture once, queen to e4. Knight c4. Yep, I think we can
Read
get away
chess
with
for
it.
tigers, then you play fun chess.
Mm-hmm. Chess for Tigers by Simon Webb is extremely funny, funky, and cool. Indeed. Really? You would do this to me?
Happy birthday to you, Jakob Rosanes. Birthday cake emoji, party face emoji. I have never heard of that book or that author.
I really needed to not be down a pizza, though. That is the real deal. So, So pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. Rook takes, pawn takes. Trying my best. No. This is not good. My opponent is too good. My opponent is too good. It's rather tragic. It's a tragic misunderstanding. Mate in 3? Oh no, he didn't see it. He didn't see mate in 3, thankfully. That was close. But he may see. He's going to ruin my stats with knight a6. He really is. He's going to ruin my stats with knight a6. This is terribly sad. Mm-hmm. Trying my best. Trying my best. Simon Webb, unfortunately, was a little bit of a victim. Can I? Let's see. This is annoying. Oops. Oops, in a big way.
White can sack the knight for the pawn and have an easy victory.
Indeed, he can. I just need to think about what's going on here. I have very little choice in the matter. Just testing to see if there's an ounce of remorse for what has happened. Oh no, he was going for a pawn mate. You were going for a pawn mate, right? Dude. Knight to b5, king b8, and a7 mate. I was trying to help you out. If you have no creativity, I am very bummed. I'm quite bummed. And a queen, of all things. And a queen. Fine. Just because you didn't checkmate me with a pawn. Grr. We will see. Wow, I somehow finished in first place anyway, despite that horrific loss. So I'm going to look at again. White, 97% at the moment, but it is a long game. I did lengthen it out, so his accuracy would be far less. Yeah, I just lost a piece. Thank you, Paul. Not exactly what I wanted. All right, meanwhile, he gave away. Can you imagine that he gave away his center pawn for this piece, right? Is that really the best move? That's such a strange move. I would never play d takes c5 in this position. This is one of those moves that I just do not understand it being the best move. D takes c5. And then white castles queenside or kingside, either way. I fought my way all the way back to being like -3 probably. No, I made it in a few moves. I've definitely made it. I'm so thankful he did not find checkmate with queen takes e6. Right? Queen takes e6 is the move that I was afraid of most. And he has it twice. Twice, I tell you. So when I play rook to g7, he has queen takes e6 again.
Chess coach Andras wouldn't like that move, either.
Yeah, I know. He didn't queen. He should have taken a bishop. And I did get a Rosen trophy out of it. So now, this is the closest thing to playable that I have achieved so far. Oh, I have to look at this particular position. King to c7. So it liked a6 better. This was the hard part. The only problem that I had with a6 was that he could take it. He might not know about en passant. So basically, in this position, he just wins by putting his 2 pawns up. And I wanted to test him in the king and pawn ending without the extra knight. But he didn't bite, which was unfortunate and sad at the same time. There was just no chance here, as he played very, very well. Congratulations, Oleg. You made an effort. It was very impressive. He's no slouch. I should not have given him a free piece. That gave him an instant plan that was not good. 18-14 is my performance, but my tiebreak? What in the world, sir? Why would I have a better tiebreak? Is it because Ron did not play a round? 2 rounds. I see. Ron did not play 3 rounds. He only had 2 players to bolster his performance. And he played 2 much lower rated players. So he gained no tiebreak points. 5.5 tiebreak points from his opponent's total scores. This is how you add them up, basically. Damsara basically got 1.5. And Chess Gotham Key got 3. So that's 4.5 points. It says he had 5 points on tiebreak. I imagine that something gives him an extra point. Maybe the full point buy, if you're forced into getting a full point buy, gives you a point. Let's see if we can find the tiebreak points on someone else and see if they add up the same way. Can Artemis ever beat Magnus's 28.89 peak ELO record since he's only 15? Interesting. Now, why is Death is Checkmate not getting the voice box? I'm lucky that the notes are coming. Where is Death is Checkmate? Where are you, buddy? You are on Twitch. Is Twitch twitching out? Is that what's going on? Anyone else on Twitch not getting this? Well, he's only 15 and already rated 27-16. Ziggy, what was Magnus Carlsen's rating at the... What was Magnus...
Wave of mystery there, Gramps.
Ziggy, what was Magnus Carlsen's FIDE rating at the age of 15?
Since what? You're
Fit...
me hanging on a chess cliff there.
Oh, is our internet funky or what? All right, Ziggy, what was Magnus Carlsen's FIDE rating at the age of 15?
I don't have details on his diet at 15.
FIDE. What was his rating? What was his global chess rating? Ziggy, what was his global chess rating at the age of 15? Is he on the right path? Magnus Carlsen was really on the path at the age of 15, but I don't know that he was 2,700. Probably by the time we look it up, right? Puzzles, puzzle streak, clearance, removing a defender, mate in 2, defending our queen with checkmate in 2 moves. And it's going to take our queen, but what does it mean? Should he take our queen? What does it mean? Daydream believer and a homecoming queen. So we're winning material after bishop takes b2, bishop takes c3, possibly bishop takes d4. We're already up a minor piece in this position. Ziggy definitely started sleeping. It is very sad. Very, very sad.
Definitely started. You're keeping me in suspense here.
Ziggy, what was Magnus Carlsen's rating at the age of 15?
At 15 years old, Carlsen's FIDE rating was about 2,625 ELO, making him the youngest player to break the 2,600 mark.
At the time, right? Artemis is 2716 at the age of 15, which is quite incredible. Cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer? And what is going on here? If we are white, we are promoting on the next move with check. There was a lot more to that one than actually could ever meet the eye. However,
Hi.
good morning, I'm Lexus. Check, takes, check, takes. This rook is falling, right? So, check. Queen takes.
How are you?
I'm good, Lexus. How are you? I am happy to see that you're here. There are a few others that are new in the chat that I realized I should put up my EXP. So in this particular position, my original...
Based in NYC, former president of the Marshall Chess Club, FIDE trainer John MacArthur, USA National Master since 1989, has trained one Grandmaster, Quickie, among dozens of national champions and other titled players. He is rumored to be 39 years and accidentally began teaching chess in August of 1984, 2 days after the death of the 9th world champion Tigran Petrosian. I'm good too. Can I try our game with you on Lichess and you have to guess my ELO?
Your ELO is 2400, sir. Why would I guess any lower than that? In this exercise, though, you can tell me the answer, and I will tell you your ELO.
Papa was a copper and mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was bring a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you flick the panorama.
Thank you for following Formula 8.
Formula 8, good morning. How are you?
Nah, it's not that.
No, it's not that. Queen takes rook, rook takes knight f2, king moves, knight takes d3, rook takes e8, check, yuck. Then we have a bishop and a knight versus a rook and a knight.
We cannot.
I play, I don't play games. This is the drawback to being a professional chess person. Basically, I do chess for a living. So therefore, I do structured events. The dojos are available. Every day I play against you and others, once or twice, depending on the date. And it is a little bit of an earned privilege. We do have channel point requests, though. I am Lexus. So I don't play a single game with viewers unless it's a simul. But then I'm playing multiple games with viewers. So it looks as though I have to give up my knight and capture 2 rooks in a row. And I'm not convinced at the advantage here.
We can take their queen with check using knight.
We could, but it didn't quite work. Yeah, unfortunately, because our rook on e8 is hanging with check in the middle. We're not taking their queen with check. And if we do try to trade rooks after the knight check, king moves up, rook takes f2, then the king just takes the knight before our queen is in trouble. PewDiePie, how are you? Namaste. So every day I play in an arena with the exception of perhaps Wednesday mornings. I am Luxus. I play every day with viewers.
Wow.
So that was unfortunate. This would just lose, unfortunately. It shows it over here. But we're on to the next
Didn't
one.
Notice rook takes rook.
Yeah. Have to look at every possibility. Every possibility. Here we're going to capture. Rook captures b6. Knight captures e2 check. Bishop captures e2. And a takes b6. Let's do a material check. This knight looks like it's still trapped. So black has 2 bishops and a rook. And white will have 2 rooks and a bishop. Yuck. Is that true? And a knight. Let's think about this. Knight takes, knight takes. Oh no, I get one of his rooks. I am getting one of his rooks. So I'm going to be way ahead in material. Because I'm taking a rook, he will only have 2 minor pieces and a rook versus 2 minor pieces and a rook. And we have 2 extra pawns. And I'm balancing the A pawn with the B pawn, of course. But this knight is still a bit in the lurch. Bishop to...
Defender the bishop is first correct option, then we take knight using the queen.
Very good. PewDiePie, how are you doing today, by the way? How is everything? This is one of those occasions where I believe we just have to make sure that we can capture a free queen. Rook takes bishop. King g7. h6 does nothing for me. And we just have to get out of check before we capture the rook as another in-between move. Zugzwangs are really, really popular here, yeah? It looks as though our opponent has no way out when we set up checkmate in 2 moves. Well, he does have that, followed by f3. This is one of my favorite old fashions. This king cannot get inside the square of the pawn on h3. Because of the pawn on f3, the king is too far away from preventing the queening of the pawn. Going back to where this one all started, it was very cute. This was just such a blunder. Prior to this, he could have done anything to retreat because this king cannot capture or do anything with either of these. I'm even amazed that it's a draw. King to e3. F takes g2. King f2, h3. I guess there's no way to win. We just move our kings back and forth. Right? King to g1. King to e7. If the pawn comes up, we lose.
Defender playstyle in chess doesn't suit me. Take a quick look at one of my CC games, please.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Fauxberg. I just have to finish this group of 3. Are you able to put it in the Discord? Looks like we're trapping a pizza. Right? The only reason why we are trapping a pizza is because when the knight attacks our queen, we're threatening checkmate as an in-between move. Otherwise, this bishop has a square to escape. And we finally get the goods. So, moment of truth. Queen to d7.
Okay, let me post to DC.
I'm going to open the Discord in the background. It's under games for review, right? Stream content, games and analysis on stream. We have a backlog. We have one from July 30th that we did not do. Apparently, we did get an analysis on Dragon Emperor's game. You can copy-paste an image of a chess position to get the FEN. Wow. All right, it looks as though we're picking up a knight. And that should be enough to win the game. That was a tough fork to find. I need to see if that was found in the game. It was found in the game. That's very cool. I don't know if I really need any more queen forks, but if I'm going to replace some queen forks, I would definitely replace it with this one. All right, let's finish at 25 so that we can do
that position
Fauxberg.
Check and take knight.
Yeah, we just hit check and take knight indeed. I should be doing the doubles check and doubles
I still
kill
don't
on.
have any puzzles from my games.
No way. It's probably because they know that you are playing on CC. This wins a piece because of the discovery upon a square. It is a discovery upon a square to get a pin. So the weakness is on this diagonal. And that is the discovery upon a square. And thank you very much for the discovery upon a square. Winning material. The simplest solution chosen by many grandmasters.
I have played 323 games on Lichess.
$323 games, and I think we worked out the percentages at being what? You should have 1 or 2 games, but I don't necessarily know how low the rating threshold goes, to be honest, for being able to be noted for games. Oh, thank you. 1 second, Fauxberg, heading over to the Discord. Excellent. Thank you so much. I need. So it's an import.
you defeated Judith Polgar with only elo of 1,500, you're pure genius.
I've got a lot going on here. I just want to copy the PGN. Oh, there it is. There it is. What's going on with my black screen of death? I'm glad it's not a black screen of death for you. So I'm going to switch over to the intermission screen for just a moment as I bring up the study. And we're back. And we're back. So add a new chapter. PGN. Cross my fingers. We are on the black side. We are going to turn off the engine, and we may keep the opening book. So already, Fauxberg, after the move d4, you already know that I'm a firm believer in holding the center and fighting for the center. I am not necessarily a fan of d6. However, it is intriguing that you choose the Dutch. So he has managed to sneak into a Dutch defense without allowing the Staunton Gambit, which is the way many players used to do it. But on the other hand, many players would try to get the Dutch in only after the move to c4. So, for example, players might play e6 and wait for the move c4, and only now would they play f5. Fauxberg is trying it a slightly different way, and I think I have to give him credit for this. This is a great, great creative effort. And I don't believe there's any reason why we should hold back with our knight move, Fauxberg. We shouldn't hold back with our knight move if we don't have to. So therefore, this is logical. And we're now in classical Dutch territory, with the only exception being that white has not put his pawn on c4. This can only be good for black.
To defeat Judith Polgar with 200 elo. Imagine defeating documentary main character with new main character of chess.
My only game with Judith Polgar was here in Queens, and she destroyed me. I think I was playing white against her Con Sicilian. I should have known she was going to play e6 on move 2. And it was one of the earliest lessons that reminded me that I did not want to just play the same first move all the time. I wanted to be able to play all openings well. And had I played d4 against Judith Polgar, my game would have been much longer and harder fought. Instead, I was down a couple of pawns after a dozen moves against Judith Polgar, and it was not a game that I could write home about by any means. So here we are in this position. Flexibility is everything. Bishop e7. Our opponent accommodates us.
E4, E6, E4, and not f5.
d4, e6, e4, and not f5. No, definitely not f5. So Iran is actually discussing e4. We're not going to be playing f5 now, although I have played it once and I have won as black. So I've been in this position with e6 445 times, it looks like. 453 times. Wow. I've played the move e6 193 times. I take that back. 193 times I've played the move e6. So I'm a little bit behind on getting 200 games out of this. So actually, I can probably get e6 in short order. Maybe we can try the 9 a.m. The 9 a.m. So meanwhile, d6, very creative idea. I might actually have followed through with the since there doesn't seem to be any danger, I might have gone with the Leningrad type option. But he goes for the classical Dutch, which is the killer Dutch rebooted, as spoken of by Simon Williams. I love the conflict here, but we're losing a pawn on this deal. I'm not sure how useful this Benko Gambit concept is going to be when we lose. The pawn, interesting. Brute force. Queen to b6, thank you very much, maybe. Why did our opponent not take back? This was great. I liked it. I liked it a lot, Fauxberg. Wow. So next up, he just moved away because he didn't want a pawn on e3 to be able to play a pawn to e4 later in the game. Even in this position, it's possible that because this pawn is so well put, that he should just continue with e4. This is actually probably the only move worth considering. So he erroneously pushes his pawn. I don't know that he's going to be able to promote it. It's very weak now. I have to give this one a question mark, unfortunately. E takes f2, and now we get all sorts of stuff. e5 should be coming, by the way. I believe you can blow him up with e5 and knight takes. This pawn is over here, a spectator. He also has problems with bishop to c5 check. This is craziness. If you got e5 in to take advantage of the pin, you have not just knight takes, but also bishop. It's not really a stone wall, is it? Oh, he did transpose into a stone wall when he played the move d5. That's correct, Ron. Ron was observant enough to notice that he converted to a stone wall a little late, only losing one tempi. But white, on the other hand, doesn't seem to know how to coordinate their pieces. So as it turns out, after king takes f2, I would have definitely blasted open the center in this. Whether or not I'm right, whether or not I'm wrong. Knight f6. This is screaming out. There's more pawns to be had. I don't know if we need to do this. I know what you're up to here, sir. You're going to sacrifice on g3, perhaps. But they can play g3 right away. For example, I believe that the line that was calculated was to bring the queen in, and then we capture on g3 because the rook is hanging. However, our opponent points out that he can just play g3 straight away, and I don't see the usefulness in this. Perhaps another in-between move to remove the defender. This knight is at this. I'm sorry. This bishop is out of the game, so I don't really see it in this case. That was very accommodating by the opponent. When you are defending, I think it's more important that you try to get your king safe. He cannot castle legally, though. Master, my question on Magnus and the Judith Polgar rarity. I will return to that. What's harder to get, Master? Another Magnus Carlsen or another Judith Polgar? That is a very good question. Which do we need to see in our lifetime? What a question. Death is checkmate. What will be harder to achieve in our lifetime? What will be harder to achieve in our lifetime? Another Magnus Carlsen, heads and shoulders above the rest, or another Judith Polgar, heads and shoulders above the rest? I feel it'll be another Judith Polgar will be harder to achieve. Artemis is on his way to equaling, if not surpassing, all of Magnus's records, being 2,700 at the age of 15, when Magnus Carlsen was only the first person to break 2,600 when he was 15 years old. So easily, if I were to respond to the rarity of us having yet another Judith Polgar, she has the much greater chance of maintaining her record than Magnus Carlsen. She's awesome. So meanwhile, we did not defend. And of course, it goes south very quickly. I can see it over here. Check, check, and he had no idea what he was doing. What a well-placed knight on e5, on e4, on the 5th rank. Nicely done. Nicely done, Fauxberg. Very impressed. Quite happy with that game. You have been incrementally becoming so much better over time. It is true.
I'm not sure her story so far got 10 lost to Garry Kasparov after watching documentaries. GG.
But Gary was a rarity. I mean, he was also a rarity in his time because he was so dominant. Basically, he was the creator behind the chess opening databases as we know them today. He wanted all of the games stored by a computer and instant access to all the games, which is where ChessBase came from.
It was a 500 player.
That's not a... I don't think about ratings that way, Fauxberg. I thought he did it very okay. Considering, I thought he did very okay. You spotted him a rook and a bishop. He spotted you only a rook. You did very okay. So it is possible that I do not have a lesson this morning. So it's possible that we can do a Sunday morning simul.
Thank you.
It was amazing. Nicely done.
Bye all, take care.
So if I do give a simul, I'm debating on whether or not it is worthwhile to bolster the rapid event, or if it's worthwhile to bolster the blitz team. Let's take a look at our two teams. And my cup of coffee is running low. We also could do quite a bit of puzzle streak with participation by all. We could also do a study stream in a short order because I am so far behind on MD Night Zero's books. I just need to build up a really good rapport for producing book reviews. What is the most important information that anyone needs to hear about a book review? That is the craziness. How easy it is to study the
Magnus
game.
was not focusing on France when he played against Judith Polgar, so I don't think Judith really will stay concentrated on Magnus' development.
Hold on here. Magnus was not focused in France when he played against Judith Polgar, or are you talking about the candidates blitz win in the park that Judith Polgar won against him? And I think it was, I'm trying to remember where the candidates were held. Barcelona, perhaps? When Magnus chose not to return to the World Championship match, he went there to negotiate his way out or negotiate his way in. If they didn't change the World Championship format, they didn't bend to his will, which they would have done for Bobby Fischer, basically. I have not heard a word on the absolute chess championship either. We've got 65, 92, and we have 34, 76. I wonder if our newest member, Chess Gotham Key, was our newest member. Oleg, nice work. Congratulations. Uh-oh, is tomorrow morning but Fenix's birthday?
When they both played in areas started with M.
Mm-hmm. Madrid. The candidate matches were in Madrid. Thank you for the letter M. Thank you for the letter M. All right, let's see if we can catch up on our blitz and whatnot by perhaps even considering starting a simultaneous. And ultimately, I will play black in all games, and I will try to round out my numbers if I can. Here's the simul description. What was our last simul that we did? That is what I need to do. I need to look at my last simul. It was the 824 YouTube subscribers title that I'm looking for. Games. I don't see simuls. Why do I not see simuls? Is there a way to see simuls? Rapid, classical. Oh, there it is. I saw it. Right up here, 285 simuls. So right now, somehow, this is our title. 814. And we are doing 3 days old. 3 days old. Here we go. Play. Simultaneous exhibition. Host a new simul. I think we're up to 824. We're up to 825. Nicely done. Thank you all for the support. Standard 5 plus 5, 50, 50. Rapid and classical. 7 days is our new restriction. Estimated start time, 9 o'clock, 10 a.m. And the simul description. There's a lot. There's a lot here. Join the JoJo Studios. Join the Dojo Studios. I'm going to take the Blitz out of here because I don't do that one often. What was that, sir? 100 bits. Namaste, Pegasus. Namaste. Thank you for the support. McKill, anxious to get another game in. Where was our previous fellow? Whoops, I didn't change it. Reaching 830. Subs. Reaching 830 subs. Or 2 subs on either Kick or Twitch. Let's do that one as well. I should just say I need 2 subs on Kick. That's really where I need them. Kick or Twitch. So where is that? That one is going to replace copy. And this way I can get some coffee, right? We are playing black, right? There is no EWC that's going on. And I have not done the puzzle streak separation in this in a while.
You're making new tournament?
That's actually a simul. I'm glad you asked because I need to do the simul. Join the Simul here. And the last time I tried, by the way, I did try. So this is I need to get this tournament title up. At 825 subs and viewers. Simul. Control C. Done. And our stream title, wherever you are. Oh, it's not rated. That's a misnomer. Not rated. All right. Moment of truth. How are we doing on the subs? Refresh. I always have to ask for more on the subs department because there's always one guy who takes back his sub after the simul is over. There's always one. So meanwhile, we're going to move this to the side. I actually need to look for Puzzle Streak. See if we can find it. Simul. Book recaps, Lasker Capablanca, book reviews, Timmins Titans, Fisher in Cuba, Fisher. The wild card draw is coming up for the Society Billiards as well. The wild card draw is coming up. The blurb video did not get enabled. I'm working on it. Blurb video. Almost the top. We've got blurb media. Blurb media is okay. Sound alerts. Sponsor. Alert box. Got it. Products. Socials. New York City time. Thank you for being here. Astro 2019. Once again, he is back. Thank you for being here. 7-day-old account. Somewhat needed. Oh, we're back down to 2, but we need to get, irony of ironies, we need to get 830 subs on YouTube. That is where we're headed. We're trying to canvas for subs on YouTube. I should just do it for YouTube subs only, right? I should just do it for YouTube subs only, but I'm not going to go that route. Meanwhile, I still need to get coffee.
Remember, there is no charge for subbing to YouTube.
No, there is no sub, but you can also uncheck the bell so you don't get bothered by notifications. That, to me, is the price you might pay if you're not aware of it. Subbing on YouTube does come with push notifications on occasion, which is not so great. Right now in August, we only have 2 of 100 points. I don't really know if the plus level 1 can be accomplished, but I am asking for subs on Twitch, mainly asking for subs on Kick. As I convert to Kick slowly, try to give them more lovin'. Give me some lovin'. All right, where is the puzzle streak? I was fairly certain that I had a puzzle streak. And that is what I'm looking for, by the way. So if I open a second window with puzzle streak, did I delete that puzzle streak window? Or is it hiding in another? Might have to go to the studio mode, just to find out where the puzzle streak is. We have quite a number of events planned in the near future. Ron, Haye, and I are 11 games away from a joint stream. I think I'm going to have him on. That's all there is to it. Going to drag him kicking and streaming onto the stream because he is so good, so supportive, so many ways. Where are we? So blurp, stream title, almost the top. Boxbot voices, product slideshow. Oh, I found it. Content display all the way at the bottom. Fair enough. And now puzzle streak. And it looks like I see it. But what do I see? Let us see what I see. Do you see what I see? So the studio mode did not help me at all, to tell you the truth. And now for this window, is this as good as it gets? I guess it is as good as it gets. Without giving up on the Simul people. We are at 25 in the puzzle streak on the right-hand side. This gives us something to do. The only move is King F4. Queen C5 check, King F4. D3? What do we have here, folks? What do we have here? Remember, we're down a rook. So the evaluation of this position, we're down a rook, but we do have a mildly safer king for a moment. And we do have an incredible amount of extra pawns around our king. It does seem like queen to c5 check. Chances are, since the number is so low, 25, since the number is so low, 25, I believe that we have a problem here. Houston, we have a problem. What am I going to do on king f4? What is the real move here after king f4? Is it e3? Is that enough to cause consternation, problems? I don't know, but it does look like this is the only forcing move that will cause problems. And I believe that the answer, because we're in such low numbers over here, only being on number 25, this is not how professionals do it, though, honestly. They do not just say, oh, because we're here, they're going to play there. But it is the first... All right, everyone. I really needed your help on that one. Someone had to tell me that the Emperor's clothes were non-existent. Not just invisible, but non-existent. This one is a capturing exercise. How about that? How about that for a simul? Right? A capturing exercise. I can't believe I did that. Knight takes queen f, queen d7, queen c8, right? Let us turn off studio mode. Thank you, Formula Nate, for being here. And we're back. So in this position, it does look like, absolutely does look like, knight takes e8 check, queen to d8 will work. Next up, yeah, you cannot do this type of service, by the way. You are not allowed to do this on chess.com. You cannot have two windows open on cheese.com. This is one of those rarities that you can appreciate. Lead chess 4. Absolutely. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we are capturing and checkmating. Continuing the streak. Check. Check. Checkmate. Looks like it's mate in 3. Master, at what age you learned chess, by the way? Any coaching? And my idols growing up. Well, obviously, when I learned, it was very late in life. My cousin Rick was the one who really taught me the rules of the game when I was about 15. And I discovered there were books that same week when I walked into a bookstore, and on the inside front hardcover jacket description of the book, there were the values of the pieces. Oh my God, the values of the pieces, if you can imagine. The values of the pieces, I'm like, this is going to help me beat my cousin Rick so easily. And I immediately went back and I won the game through Sitzfleisch and determination, honestly. I did not win it because of any skill. I took a Polaroid of that when I was very young, and I later saw it when I was looking through my stuff as my mother had died, and I could not make heads or tails out of that position at all. So here we are, and the same exact thing. Now, if I increase this, oh, it doesn't work. Can I pull this one out? I can, just a little bit. But I will have to correct it later when I need to. We're still seeing our number, the number of our simul at the bottom, or the number of our puzzle streak accomplishment at the bottom. That's all I ask. So let's get a move on with this checkmating concept with the hook mate from the rear, Greenwich Village style. Now, as far as the other things, so I learned how the knight moved when I was very young. It was part of a set of pieces that everything was missing except for the knight in a huge pile of toys that I had found when I became aware, when I became self-aware. And basically, I read the instructions on the knight, and I knew how the knight moved, basically, and that was it. Personally, the way I like to teach these pieces is that the bishops only travel on diagonals because they have points. They are pointed pieces, so they can only travel on the points of the squares. The rooks have very flat tops. They only travel on the flat parts of the squares, the ranks and diagonals. The queen has the power of both the rook and the bishop with multiple points to her crown, so she can travel along ranks, files, diagonals as far as she would like. The king has one simple crown so that he can only travel one square at a time along the ranks, files, and diagonals he has a choice of. The knight is shaped in an L-shaped pattern, so you can tell on a chessboard that a knight is twice as tall as he is wide on most properly designed chess sets. Therefore, he travels forward 2 squares and over 1 square, just like the little reverse L-shaped pattern in any direction. You might also consider that the knight travels 1 square like a rook and 1 square like a bishop to the opposite color. So 2 squares away, like the pawn on his first move or the king when castling, to the opposite color. 2 squares away to the opposite color. 2 squares away to the opposite color. Just follow these paths. And so if you can see that the knight can travel 2 squares away to the opposite color, you can automatically see that the knight on d7 should be able to reach all of those squares. The pawn is like a one-way street sign, an arrow pointing forward. He can only move forward unless he is capturing diagonally. Unless he is blocked with something in front of him, then he must capture diagonally. And all that is relatively standard as far as being able to learn how the pieces move in chess. Chess in a minute. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Oops.
Who has been your most successful student master?
That would be Grandmaster Mark Arnold. He played in 2 U.S. championships, 2 World Junior Championships. He won the Scholastics almost as many times, if not more times. He won Scholastic National Chess Championships more often than Hikaru and Nakamura combined. I believe that Hikaru and Fabiano combined. You may find him. Whoops, I did not type it correctly. Right there on Wikipedia. The number one thing about how he approached chess that drew me to him, because my co-teacher, international organizer and arbiter, Sophia Rode, basically, had pointed him out to me, and I was observing his play, and he seemed to have an affinity to being able to exchange queens without any fear. And that was quite nice, honestly. That was very, very nice. And here, we're up to 10 in the Simul, and it should start at 10 a.m. Let's see if we reach our goal of 830 subscribers. No, huh? Maybe I should ask for fewer numbers of subscribers, right? But that's all right. We still have a half an hour. Someone might want to get this Simul started. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then the next Simul would start at noon, in theory. If the next Simul is going to start today, it will start at noon. So here we have a very simple skewer for a win of material. I don't see any further way of winning this game other than by just winning material. Capture, capture, h5, h4. I'm sorry, a5, a4. Thank you very much. Right? Let's consider this again for a moment. Or do we break through straight away with b4? There's another really good candidate move. The breakthrough. The breakthrough. I don't have enough of these breakthroughs in my book, to tell you the truth. Did the player see it in the game is the question. Seriously? I need to see the engine analysis on this. b4, bc4. Oh, and the king is in the square of the pawn. I didn't go that far. b4, bc4, and the king is in the square of the pawn. So therefore, it's c takes b3, a takes b3, a5. It was my first choice. All right, everyone. We're really slagging on the ability to contribute. Check, check, and removing a defender. Is this just simply rook takes, queen takes, and he doesn't have time to take this rook? That's what it looks like to me. There's just no time to fear the bishop taking our rook because we're always attacking the queen on e5. Bishop d5 check. Rook f7, queen e8 check. Wins. Namaste, everyone. Namaste. I did have some coaching when I was young. I had a great mentor by the name of William Joseph Colligan. Wherever he is out there, I am indebted to him greatly. I have not succeeded in tracking him down so much, but he had a lovely family, pretty much dedicated his life to his family rather than to chess, obviously, or to chess coaching, but he was certainly an amazingly inspiring coach and mentor to me, which I owe my life to him, as others might say if they were to pursue chess for livelihood about me. Which is pretty cool. Very, very cool. And we are forever indebted to our early coaches. Of course they give up their queen. Why not? That ruins our day. I still haven't received any more coffee. Maybe, just maybe, when I reach 10 on the left, or when I reach 826 on the YouTube, I will get more coffee. $12 viewers total. Nine on Twitch. 3 on Kick. 0 viewers on YouTube at the moment, if that's hard to believe. What's harder to master? What's harder to handle? Master overspending queen in real life or overexposed queen on the chessboard? I think those could be transposed no matter what you do. I'm really bothered that Death is Checkmate is not getting the Voxbot. The voices. What is wrong with that? Properties. I am paying for Voxbot. That's why it bothers me so much that it is not working properly. So almost the top. Voxbot. Shut down source when not visible. I'm going to turn that off. Refresh browser when the scene becomes active. Refresh the current file. Really needed questions, Master, please. Fix my voice and do answer life versus chess queen question. What's harder to handle? I believe an overspending queen in real life is definitely going to be much more difficult, much more difficult to handle. because not having the finances in real life. By the way, you can choose your queen very wisely in real life. The queen that you have on the chessboard is not necessarily the one that you will always have because of life. I mean, because you'll just start a new game. You can't always do that in real life. Let's remove the defender. I almost clicked on the early start button again over there, if you can imagine. Bishop A3. King B1. Knight to C3 check. King A1. And knight takes free rook on D1 because they cannot recapture. They cannot recapture because the queen is coming into C3 in order to checkmate on B2. So here we are in this particular position. $14. That's amazing. We are going to have to spend a little bit of time before the Simul deciding what our answers are going to be as black. Just in case any viewers wish to know what they will be facing in advance. Rook takes is mate. That's quite lovely for the Paul Morphy mate. Here's a check. I'm having a tough time deciding on this one. Number 8 should not be this difficult, right? Is it just winning a knight? Are we just going to be a knight ahead by playing a rook fork? And rook takes? I guess that's what it takes. Rook check, queen mate, removing a defender. Another check followed by mate. The help of the pawn. Many young players do not always get it. Knight takes f6 check. And if rook takes f6, rook takes e8 check. Or they give their queen. I guess we could not recapture. That's what always cracks me up about these. Death is checkmate. I'm asking really needed questions. All right. Since you promoted to a second one. Inspiration for us young lads. Well, I usually recommend only getting married once, to be truthful. Only get married once. If you can. Make the right decision. Do not be impulsive. Check. And thank you very much. Or is it the other way around? If I play bishop d6, bishop f4, worse yet, they are threatening checkmate on g7, so this is somewhat forced. Right? Bishop f4, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4. I feel like this is the winning plan. Rook e1 check, king h2, bishop d6 does stop the mate, and bishop takes rook also stops the mates. There we go. That's the kicker. That is indeed the kicker. And in this position, rook e7 check. King moves to a white square, and queen takes f6 should be game over. One more time. He's going to be moving to a dark square in this case. If he goes to f6, it will be bishop h4 check. And if he goes to f8, it will be bishop d6 check. Followed by mate. If he went to f6 and e5, queen d5 would be mate. Black to move. He still has to play 2 moves to get rid of the pawn in front of the g5 pawn. So this looks like a very simple move. I just want everybody to see that he's queening so far in advance that nothing can help the pawn promote when the queen comes back, either to a2 or all the way back to the first rank. On the next move, we're going to play that. Checkmate again, or is it a skewer that wins a rook? Oh no, we're accidentally at 16. Namaste. Thank you, Vashu Light. Vashu 7 Singh. Thank you for the follow.
Hi.
Namaste.
Hello.
There we go. We're up to 11. We were at 14 at one point. I'm glad that you checked in. Kick is working pretty well. I was worried about it. YouTube is not getting any of the love that I would hope for. Oh, it did get some love. Gina, Carl Khan, namaste. Thank you for being in the Simul. I'm just about to go for coffee before we start the Simul. We are 21 minutes away from the start of the Simul time. I always give it an hour for everyone to know that I am giving a Simul. That way, if you have to go and do something and come back before the hour, you can still get in. But the Simul will start early if I get to 830 subscribers on YouTube. Or 2 physical subscribers on Kick. Or Twitch, either or. How are you doing? How long have you been playing chess, Vasu?
Can you tell how much time will it take?
It will take less than an hour. It is not unlike a classical game for me, because I am going to take 50 minutes and you are going to take 5 minutes plus 5 seconds. So that's 55 minutes for the base time.
I followed Poo on Lee Chess.
Gina Carl Khan, you are T-Boot Poo on Lee Chess, if I knew anything. T-Boot Poo and Gina, I thought were the same ones. In fact, I think when I think of a Gina, I think of the former Mrs. Ben Feingold, Gina Lynn. I miss her very much. But we are going to skewer and scarf the rook. And here, this pawn is unstoppable.
Know how much time will it take to start the simul?
Oh, we are going to start in less than or about 20 minutes. We're starting in less than. We're going to start on the hour. Unless you are in India, then we're going to start on the half an hour.
Me join.
I think you might have to join the team, or you need an account that is 7 days old. The only restrictions are that you have to have an account that is 1 week old. I borrowed this from my favorite Sparkle Horse, International Master Bill Paschal, who I've known since he was a kid. And then it won't let you join the Simul. It's so weird.
Thank you. I am from India /.
I miss T-Boot Poo, by the way. I miss T-Boot Poo dearly. T-Boot Poo was one of my favorite Simul participants. If I could get T-Boot Poo in every stream, I would be a happy, happy camper. Karem, 552. Good luck.
Okay, play me now.
Play you now? Are you T-Boot Poo? I believe you are, Gina. I would hope that anyone was on the Discord, and don't hesitate to message me. Just let me know who you are. Just let me know who you are.
I am in now.
Indeed.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's see if we have our the number one requirement that is the easiest to fulfill is the YouTube subscribers. Paveldsum. Sounds like a Norwegian name almost.
Yes, my Firefox updated and lost me all my identities.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Our school does not recommend Firefox, by the way. Our school doesn't recommend Firefox.
Fan 123.
Nepo fan. I met and talked to Nepo in Dubai, and he actually played a little bit of a practical joke on me, asking me about Karyakin. And I unfortunately responded with something that was neither so positive, but certainly, thankfully, not negative. And he, that is, Karyakin, popped out from behind him to greet me.
What does it recommend?
Our school usually recommends Safari, but I don't really like Safari. Google Chrome, unfortunately, is the most reliable one. But I also liked, there was another one that I also liked, which was the Bravo.
He got me banned from the other place.
Really? He got you banned? From the other platform, you mean?
I use Brave.
I like Brave. I like Brave a lot. I have Brave. I have... of course, the Norton private browser, the Opera browser. But I feel like I've used something else as well that was a Java-free. It wasn't DuckDuckGo.
Let's start.
You really want to leave the others behind, Vasu? We are achieving some massive success here. We are achieving some massive success with... Oh, that's it. They're not even going to do this for me. Pegasus, namaste for the 100 bits. Have a nice day to you, and hopefully you have part of the day with your son. I am so jealous. My grandson is priceless. I cannot imagine a day without my grandson, honestly. Here a check, there a check. Or is it just going to be checkmate? Bum, bum, bum. 14 minutes to go. It looks like it's going to be checkmate. It is a ladder mate in the center of the board. Nicely done, whoever played that game. I was very impressed. And here we are going to set up checkmate in 2 moves. We don't even need pawn promotion, not needed.
I was timed out, lol. Does Karjakin live here?
No, thankfully Karjakin doesn't live here. Yeah, we don't use it. DuckDuckGo, I have tried. Google Chrome, Safari, which is the real Apple browser, by the way, the real... If you are on Apple, Safari is the Apple browser.
Oh, it wasn't
Peace.
a link, lol. It was cheese.com. What is your FIDE?
My FIDE is low. I am down 200 points from where I started. Fortunately, I do have the ability to get around it.
What is your FIDE, sir?
My FIDE is low. I don't want to discuss it. It is so bad. It is under 2,200. I would give my eye teeth to be back to 2195. Let's just say that my peak FIDE rating in the old days was 2195. That is my peak FIDE rating.
Please start.
Thank you, Alex. Let's check our YouTube.
My FIDE is under 1,700.
You are a good player because that means that your peak performance possible rating is very well possibly going to be sorry, I'm lost in thought here.
1,800 FIDE, now I make a new one and it's 1,500.
You make a new one. Why would you make a new FIDE? Your FIDE is under 1,700. I'm not going to rush this one. I'm getting coffee. On 18 in the Simul, I am getting coffee. I will be back. So the refresh on the Voxbot is working.
To get coffee, possibly also to use the facilities. BRB. Smile, 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 smile. Because it dropped to 1,450 from 1,800. Please start. We have played 12 times so far, 8.5 to 3.5 to you. You chat spam 6767 Fides Magnas. $6,767 Fides Magnas. Spam IT.
Hello there.
Spam 6767 Magnes Gugugaga 6767. Get a life.
Wondering if I turn the light on above Magnus Carlsen Nepo there. I do not recall if I turned the light on. I don't think I did add light to Magnus Carlsen versus Nepo. Master, we've another Judith Polgar. Everyone is back. We for 18. The Night Sack. Are you talking about Vaju? 67 Vide is Magnus. Vaju, we are older than this. We have played 12 times, and considering I'm playing Simul games against you the vast majority of the time, that is a great score.
Have you ever shown your game against Judith Polgar?
It was a blitz game played in the Susan Polgar Chess Center when I used to work with Susan on a regular basis in, I'm trying to remember the name of the neighborhood right now, but Rego Park. She used to have a chess center in Rego Park.
We have played 12 times. I better have a look before we start and see how I beat you in game 11.
Let's take a quick peek at my profile as well. Chances are you beat me on time. I have a feeling that I was actually okay, and then I lost on time, or I blundered in time trouble right at the last minute. All right, last call.
It was on time. I don't count those type of wins. Please start.
All right. So meanwhile, analysis board, good. I want to start with 18 over here, if I can. And as black, against e4, am I answering with e5, or am I answering with knight f6, g6, d6, g6, perhaps? And against d4, I am going to answer with c5, e6. Really? What is my score with e6? I could also answer with e6 against everyone. That is probably what I'm going to choose to do. All right, good luck, everyone. Let us close the window in that respect. Bring this one across. Good luck and great skill, everyone. 30 seconds.
Hi, do you mind playing?
Yes, yes. "30 seconds. And we'll know in just a moment if anyone is going to join us. Let's do it.
Play the Caro-Kann advanced v me, then you can play my variation.
We have 17. That's lovely. You might need to tell me what that is, because... Oh. Tried to move my screen. E6. Good luck. Have fun. Good luck, Teja. Sakula. Oh, and then we have the board not quite on the screen, which is unfortunate. There we go. Now we fixed it. I am really slow. Watch me lose every game on time. What is going on here? Can I close some things?
1 e4 c6 2 d4 d5 3 e5 qb6.
I'm literally closing everything that I do not need. So that I may speed things up. Oh, this looks good. I closed all of my Twitch and my cheese.com menus. Got so much stuff hiding in the background. Closing that. Here we go. And we're off. F5. The French. The French. The French. If your opponent wishes to play the Dutch, let them. We are giving this to France today. D3 is a great move. Barto, Simpson. Nicely done. Against D3, I'm going to be playing C5. D5. F5. Advanced variation, yeah. Not the best against the French, to be honest and truthful. Black has an instant plan. Same thing with knight G2. Hopefully Barto Simpson doesn't pound me. Like I believe he wishes to pound me. Good luck, everyone. Knight e4 is interesting and worth examining. Well, that's interesting. My opponent did not challenge me. That's also interesting. I always wonder about that game where Tall got d4 in against bishop to d6, where he blasted the center. This is actually not a bad move now that a3 has been played. Do I wish to play the classical Dutch? I do believe that that is where I'm headed. a5, knight e4, g6, bishop d7. Oops, my opponent hung his d4 pawn. We're going to challenge him. This is only if needed. Very kind of him. I don't have any weaknesses on that side of the board. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. That's just the way it goes. We're going to play the classical. Not sure. Oh, of course, that is the Anand Gukesh Ding variation. Knight on c to e2. It is a fascinating variation, yes. Let's start battening. Let's start going for it. Interesting. Do I wish to? Interesting. I'm always torn in this one, but we'll try to just challenge him back to the original type of position that we always like. So e3, yeah. Fair enough. He doesn't like to get his bishop out. It's up to him. We'll keep an eye on the e5 square as best we can. Let's keep up the pressure. Transposing back. This is just too good to be true. I have to try it. Waiting move. Not on B to D2, A. It's okay. I don't mind retreating all the way, all the way. So he plays A3. Interesting. All right. I will use this opportunity to gain a little bit of space if needed. Move number 2, T-boot poo. Is it going to be a Grand Prix attack? Is it? Working our way back.
Sicilian it is.
Sicilian it is, yes. All right. I have
No,
to.
it's the old-fashioned closed system.
Okay. Excellent. I don't really want to give up that centerpiece, do I? We'll see what happens. Here we go, and we're off. Can I keep attacking? Or do we keep attacking? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How many more times is he going to move that bishop? And can we get him to move it a few more times? I don't think I have a choice here. Or do I? I guess I do. I can play E5. It looks a little sketchy, but we're getting all of our stuff out. Life is good. Bishop F4 again. Think I have to take advantage of that. Bishop F4 is not usually played. It's just one of those things. T-boot is catching up massively, indeed. We're borrowing this idea from Ding Loren, mind you. Just in case no one told you of our intentions. We're definitely borrowing the idea.
Well, I know this very well, so I can pre-move a lot, so far.
Nice. I'm happy to hear that. Looks good. My opponent offers me a draw. Spiner 77. Have we ever played before? And if he is not here, the usual way to get me to accept the draw is if you're actually not present. But why? Why would you give up a center pawn? Why? Why would you give up a center pawn and then expect to get a draw offer? Basically, I am up in material at this moment. No pressure here. No pressure there. Got e5 under control. We have an isolated pawn on e5 that he can discover upon.
And so do you, it seems. You are playing the most challenging system, ND4 coming lol.
It's just a normal game. It is just a normal game. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Move along. Nothing to see here. So, the moment of truth. We do need to isolate those pawns as best we can. So queen takes d8. Rook takes d8. E takes f5. e4. We will see. So pawn takes. And now what? Bishop takes, bishop takes. Bishop takes, king takes. If I could only remember how Ding Liren continued in this. I don't think he was allowed to go all the way, interestingly enough. So d5, 85, 85, everything looks good. d5, this looks very good for me. Mm-hmm. So Barto Simpson. I do need to isolate that pawn, but we are taking. Oh, it's check as well, which is even more fascinating that it's check as well. Do I play it? Knight takes. No, it does nothing. We're out of dodge here. We're going to be out of dodge. Let's play it this way and see what we can get. So he takes Panda Master, 1915. How many games does this fellow have? 258 games. Joined 4 months ago. Why do we need a draw, Panda Master? Someone has to come. T-Boot is coaching people in the chat. We haven't even reached the middle game yet, indeed. So that's all right. This game comes to a very complete halt in no time at all. So now bishop takes, rook takes, knight takes, queen takes. Just a tickle. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. So he's put his bishops on these very strange squares, right? What is up with that? What is up with that? Knight takes, bishop takes. Knight takes, bishop takes. It's interesting. What a sacrifice. What a sacrifice. So in this position, I don't get it. Looks intriguing, though. Ah, yes. I have to move that Zoom meeting. I think he has to finish my development for me for some strange reason. I have this feeling that he must have finished my development for me. Let's just get all of our stuff into the center as best we can. And then we will decide. Wow, what a move. What a move. What a move. What a move. G4A. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So he played his bishop back there. I love the pawn on g4. I just can't tell how much I love it on g4. So b4. Takes, takes, takes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do not have much of a choice here. Oh no. Is this true? Did he set me up? He could have set me up. But we'll see how much he set me up. We'll know in a moment how much he set me up. So knight to g6, e5. This is tricky, but okay. How many center pawns does it take to get to the center of a lollipop? It's a good question. How many center pawns does it take to get to the center of a lollipop? So he's playing back. I'm playing fourth. Chess. I cannot do what I would like to do so easily. So I'm fighting for my life here, folks. I'm fighting for my life. Bishop h3, bishop e4. g4. Yeah, I'm curious. I am curious as to how he's going to finish his opening. Trying our best to get our stuff in here. How does he defend that? Does he defend it very passively? I think so. I think he's going to be defending it very, very passively. E6, fe6. And we have a lot of stuff going on here. So knight takes. My original intention here was to move my knight. I didn't realize I'm playing Stefano. This is an incredibly dangerous opponent. I am burning my bridges. Stefano is going to get the W here if I'm not absolutely entirely careful. So knight takes, bishop takes. Reinforcements. Nice. All right, this is what we were gambiting on. We were indeed gambiting on this. Wise guy. Threatening mate and my pawn on g6. Teha, you may have me here. I will try for one more move. This was really helpful. Thank you. He took the pawn. And he has knight d6 as well. He gets. I got tacticked by Barto, Simpson, and I'm in trouble on both fronts. Darn it. What did I do here? I unprotected my queen instead of just playing icy. I suspected something was wrong. I am in such trouble here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Knight to b6 is also extremely annoying. So let us pretend as though this is nothing special. Interesting. We're just going to cross our fingers that we can survive whatever it is he throws our way. Let us go for it. So queen to d3. Pawn diamond. e4. Hang knight. Can I do that? Can I really do that? This is the original intention was to capture, capture, capture. Let us see what we can do. So right now it is 6 pawns to 7 pawns. I have a microscopic chance of getting a pawn back. That's about it. Rook to d1. Bishop a6. We have another pawn break where that one came from. We're going to migrate to the other side of the board as best we can. Queen takes c3. Are we up a pizza in this position? I feel like we're up a pizza. It looks like we're up a pizza. It feels like we're up a pizza. I believe we are actually up a pizza. So in this position,
Pizza sounds good.
pizza does sound really, really good. We're going to keep on advancing. Where is that bishop going, and what does it all mean? So he has knight to d6, which is intriguing, because I really don't know what you think you're doing. Rook. Knight. Pawn. Bishop takes. Knight takes. I'm going for it. I need activity. We need activity. Knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes. Or should I just push? All right. How about counterattacking? Let's just go with counterattacking as the default. The default measure is counterattacking. Counterattacking. Where does he think he's going? He takes a knight. We take a bishop. He takes a pawn. I'm mildly concerned. More than mildly concerned. Bishop, pawn, knight. Oh, I'm not saving anything, am I? Why didn't he just take my pizza? I don't understand. I'm so dead lost here. Barto Simpson has me. Like crazy, he has me. Again. Let's just keep on trekking. I don't know why I'm playing on in that position. I just do not know. Seeking exchanges. Indeed. Which do I wish to do? This was all part of the plan, I thought. I do not know if it's going to stay part of the plan. We're in big trouble. Bishop takes, knight takes. So he just put his piece on a square where it can be taken, which is intriguing, of course. Knight to d2 challenging me, eh? What if I challenge you? He can. He will. He might. Mildly part of the plan. Also part of the plan. Also part of the plan. Mm-hmm. So king h1, e5, bishop takes check. I guess we'll just pretend like we are not in any trouble at all. How about that? We're going to pretend like we're not in any trouble at all. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. So I really don't want to give up this, but we have to, just because it's there. So he played it all the way back to that square, yeah? Let's just grab a pawn. He moved his knight back. Let's just keep attacking. Our opponent did not see what was going on in that position. Going to keep attacking. Thank you for following, Johannes. How are you, man? Truth, ICC. Good morning. Pizza sounds good indeed. Pizza sounds good indeed. So what is the story here? Is he still threatening me? He might be, but I don't think he is. I have to just keep being super uber aggressive. And we're going to pretend as though all of this is all of that. I lost my bishop on the dark square. I forgot completely about that. Does he block somehow? Where does he go? Goes to e5. Well, we have one more piece very active, at least, than he does. That much is true. Knight to f3. I forgot Tin Tin Yan was still here. I really did. I just plain forgot that he was still here. We're after those dark squares. E4, DE4, FE4. That's a bummer. It is truly, truly a bummer. But he can only take with the pawn, right? And if he takes with the pawn, I need to be able to move. I've got to move it, move it. All right, this is where we were headed. We're attacking his connect, his rook. He's threatening mate. I'm not sure why I'm still playing that game, but okay. He's protected now. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it in any event. I think I'm just losing material hand over fist here. Losing material hand over fist cuffs. Trying our best to stay active.
Mr. Bart Simpson, or should I say Mr. 99% lol?
Is he? Gina Carl Khan. But you should be able to recover your account. You just have to talk to an admin.
Yes, he is a naughty boy.
All right. Fair enough. And how is he going to bother me so? My opponent offers me a draw again? Is this true? So knight takes d4, knight takes d4. Actually, this person never offered me a draw before, but we do have to at least get all of our stuff out. That was kind of him. To not try to win my bishop, to not try to win my knight. I thought for certain that that pawn to b4 was going to torture the daylights out of me. But okay, I will acquiesce exactly that. Oh, wait, 3-question training in 5 minutes. Jakob Agard. These 2 lovely bishops, and I can't do anything with them. 2 lovely bishops, and I can't do anything with them. Need to expand. Lust to expand. Do I try to attack him back? He's got bishop here. Never mind. I do not try to attack him back. All right, moment of truth. He saw what I was up to, or did he? I do not know. but we have more where that came from. So knight to d5. If I take, he takes back with check. So therefore, we do not take. I'm crossing my fingers that he's not attacking my bishop on f5. God help me if he's attacking my bishop on f5. Gammoning it all. Oh no, my queen. Really? I think this is exactly what we were headed for. 19 minutes. Queen.
Oh look, you can win your pawn back.
I can, can't I?
Well, yes, feel free to do so.
So this should be a win of material. But why isn't it? Because you can take with check. Let's just keep the dark square bind going. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. Not sure where you're headed, but I am headed for greater pastures if I can get to those greater pastures. Knight takes, bishop takes. B4. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Knight takes B4. Takeovich. And so do I take on E5 first or do I not? told me once, but I forgot. If I take here, or do I just continue to push? I think I continue to push. It is pinned, so it is annoying, but it's going to have to do. Really? Did that to me. So bishop takes, knight takes. Let's see what we get out of this deal. What is going on there? T-Boot has an other occasion. T-Boot has an other occasion. This should win more material. And now that that has moved, takes, takes, takes. I could have been up a whole rook, but I'm trying for even more. I could have been up an entire rook, but I'm trying for even more. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes.
$6,767 is the FIDE rating of Magnus.
Vashu, your age is showing at the moment. Don't know if you realize that, but okay. All right, moment of truth. Bishop takes. Knight takes. Oh, can I not do that? Is that the story? Hold the phone here. Am I losing? Hold on there. Am I losing because I allowed this fork on my stuff? That's not cool, if that is true.
Okay, thank you. That was an interesting game. I was going to play PXP on f4, then I saw QH4 for you, so I had to change plans and let you get the big center and hope to undermine it with f5 and maybe c3.
Did my opponent resign where I was looking for this one? All right, now, moment of truth. Do I just give it up? Bishop takes, knight takes. Then you have rook takes a6 and rook to b8 check. But if I play knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. All right, let's go for a Hail Mary.
f4 before I did. Let the computer decide lol.
We're going to go for a Hail Mary here. That's all I've got. A Hail Mary. You're still trying to take my knight. So I take, you take. Hmm. Two pieces for a rook, fine. That's what I gotta get. That's what I gotta get. Gotta get back.
%, v 85%, not bad.
Yeah, I'm losing. That much is true, that I could be losing. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. B3, check. Is he escaping just in the nick of time? Is he? Is he, is he, is he? Down a pizza, probably no reason to continue. There a check. That is a good move. There a check. That was a good move. B3, my king's on F8. Not great. This is just looking too good to be true, honestly. To have a pass pawn like that one. Quite crazy. Knight f4. Rook d8. Rook to c8. We've been here before. Six minutes to X. Out of nothing at all. Rook takes pawn check. Dudovich. Got the last pawn. Down a bishop. 5 minutes to 1 minute. Two passed pawns. Not much to speak of. Looks like a freebie. Might not be a freebie. That was the pawn that I needed. Not the pawn that I wanted. Love the pawn you're with. Love the pawn you're with. Chess. Trying my best here. I worked my butt off to get back into this game, but it's not good enough. Unfortunately, it is not good enough. Did he really take a pawn? That looks like craziness if he took a pawn, right? Rook c8, my bishop's still on f6. Doesn't really matter what square I move to, does it? So here a check, there a check. This rook check, that rook check. One minute and 12 seconds. How many moves do I have left? What are you taking? What are you taking, sir? Here a check, there a check. He takes a check, I take a check. Is it a free piece check? It's a free piece type check. Yeah, I'm just going to lose all of my games. If anybody made it to this one. No, I had mate in one. The ones that really hurt are the ones where you have mate in one. You know that? They really do hurt the most. And the last person standing is the one that I should have resigned a while ago. Right? And I made it here too. Nicely done, everyone. How did I make out? I still made a plus score, but it wasn't pretty. And I don't think that I might have time for another simul. But it's tough. It is tough. Where is... Very good, everyone. Very good. I can't believe that I reeled so badly in that one. Ah, the one that I had mate and one in.
Q for the game and simul.
Flagging someone facing mate in 1, that person earned a Rosen trophy. So were you gone, Gina, because you lost all of your information? I haven't seen you in forever. Although I haven't been doing simuls in forever. I've done a handful of simuls since. But meanwhile, where were we? Tomorrow, I just have to arrange this lesson.
It was an interesting game, and the computer analysis surprised me a bit.
Oh, really? Let's check out our game, T-Boot. Hopefully that worked. Oh, but I wanted to check also in this particular
I
position.
had a lot to do to get all my passwords, bookmarks and so on back.
Ooh, I'm sure you still have, because your name wasn't Gina Carl Khan on Twitch. Are you not able to get your Twitch name back? I'm trying to remember. It was slightly different. I can't recall. Was it always Gina Carl Khan, or did you just change it? So E4.
It wanted me to play d4 and transpose into Ma a number of times in lines.
Oh, really? You are supposed to break out with D4, though. I wouldn't call it a transposition. You're playing a big
lines,
center
I
game.
mean.
The main line. This isn't really the main line, though. It's still off by a tempo. Well, I hope it was for a good reason. I mean, you're slightly better here. Whereas if you don't go into, like, bishop e3, preparing d4, right? That is the main line. So black is better up until I played the really... Oh, this is not your game. Sorry, T-Boot. I apologize. I went all out for it here, and I thought I got rewarded, and this one really hurt. Right? This one really hurt. Knight to e2 check was what I should have played, but I had no time left on my clock. What? It claims that I had 10 minutes left on my clock. Oh, he moved instantly, and I used 10 minutes to play bishop f6. But when the board came around, this lead chess simul tool is not that easy. Rook takes a1, and I'm back. I was shocked. So shocked. Right? I just can't allow the back rank mate. I can't believe I'm almost back in the game. I get these pawns moving again. Craziness. Yeah, I can almost save this. I feel I could have saved this. All right, T-Boot. Let's find the real T-Boot Pro. T-Boot Poo.
Stream is buffering.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think we've gone almost too long. We have gone almost too long, but that simul took a lot longer.
I lost the kick connection. I am going to have lunch now.
I wonder if it's on my end. And I do need to fix my 2K as well. Yeah, you might have wanted to try to
Keeps
stop me
doing
from...
so when you say you played the reckless B5.
Oh no. That is not good. I'm sorry to hear that. It might be time to end the stream. Thank you, T-Boot. I appreciate all that you've done. I'm going to cross my fingers for the YouTube. The YouTube may be accurate. It usually is. I don't necessarily know that I'll be able to raid, but if I am, I will raid someone that I like, someone that I know, someone that I trust.
It's gone weird. SETI just went at 10 times normal speed.
Yeah, that's not good. I'm going to check it out and see what we can do to fix that. It's happened recently a couple of times now. This is the second time it's done it. And I do believe that it's a certain amount of buffering. And we are off. Let's see if I can get whoever is here there. Thank you all for being here. Cheers and ciao, everyone. I'm sorry the stream went kablooey, but it was a very good simul nonetheless. Cheers, everyone.
Oh, now it's finished.
Wonderful. And anyway, I will continue. That was a good game, though. Thank you, everyone. Have a super rest of your weekend. Bye. Thank you.